Alright, we should be good to go. That volume's up a little bit too loud. And Sadie, I'm starting to remember your profile pic more the more I look at it. Sickly Sea Lion. Sea Lion definitely sounds more familiar than Sickly. I'm just trying to recall a conversation that we had in particular. I know I talked to you at this point with the Sea Lion part. I just can't remember what was said and what we talked about very well. And I connect things differently that way, I guess. Okay, that's working. You're at daycare watching this, Shiny Gamer? Okay. Got the Wi-Fi passwords and all that. Well, he's not happy. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I do apologize for that one. Trying to get Kiddo to take a nap. He decided he's not here for that, and he would much rather play. So I have my niece here helping babysit, so they're gonna go play and have some fun. Oh, hey. There we go. Sorry, I just moved my desk, and like everything is out of place. Kind of super annoying. My kid is old enough to have his own room, so YouTube Studio is now where the dining room that we don't use is. So, yeah, had a lot of time spent moving stuff around the last 2 days. And this is the first stream in the new area. I was going to attempt to do my green screen with the old backdrop and go from there, but it just didn't look right. Obvious that it was a green screen, and I didn't really like that vibe that much. Gage the Arctic Fox, welcome over on Twitch. What was your question? Doohickey, hello and welcome to the channel. Long time no see, Toxic. And welcome back, Sadie. Gage, no, I still have not gotten that Zygarde. No, that's a tough one. Still have it set up to hunt that. I got way too many hunts going, and I need to just get them all wrapped up. Jirachi, Darkrai, and Zygarde are 3 hunts that I have running concurrently. We're just gonna double check on those ones. Better to be extra careful. Well, Toxic, my day, it's been alright. I woke up way too early and went to the dentist. I had to have a little bit of work done, and part of the reason why I didn't start streaming until now is my right side of my face was numb. Like, my lip felt swollen and puffy from here over. I could talk pretty well, despite having the top and the bottom of my mouth numbed, and like the top of this left side here, but yeah, it wasn't terrible. It just was super annoying coming off of the numbing. I don't even know what they call it. Coming off being numb, very itchy and annoying. Well, Gage, we'll be happy to have you when I start doing Zygarde again, because I still haven't found it. It's very discouraging. Actually, I wasn't slurring that much, believe it or not. I still had pretty decent control over my voice. Even at the dentist office, they said I actually did really well with that, having muscle control while being numb. So it was actually pretty cool. Whenever were you going to stream on Saturday and Sunday? Sundays, normally, yes, would be a day that I would stream on. Saturdays, not so much. I work until 1 p.m. and it's the day off that me and my wife share. So I'm usually out doing stuff with her, making her feel appreciated and all that. But Sunday's definitely a day that I can do that. With Pokemon Go, however, being the last 2 Sundays, we had a community day and a make-up community day, and then there was like an egg day for Riolu in there somewhere. I spent pretty much my entire last weekend doing Pokemon Go and participating in those Pokemon Go community day events. So that's why I didn't stream Sunday. Baby Coin is in his new room, being babysat by my niece, who adores him. So he is being fed and entertained at the present time while my niece is over. Angles, it has definitely increased, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. I hope to find it soon-ish. I don't think I gifted anybody anything for Community Day. You got one for free. Epic. Yeah, I caught my 4 Poliwag. Emerduke's redeeming the Hydrate. And my nephew was using my iPad, and he managed to get 4 of them as well. So between the two of us, we got 8 Poliwag. And, you know, we have 1 for each form for the living decks, so... Yeah, Gage, I do Pokemon Go a little bit. Yeah, I play a little bit. A shiny Darkrai to anybody who can name the video that I just quoted. Yeah, I play a little bit. I'll even put your trainer name on it. I should set a time limit on that so you don't Google it, but whatever. Maybe that's what I should start doing in my live streams, just giving away random shinies to viewers for kicks. Another shiny male Combi. Angles, that's awesome but sad at the same time, because I know why that's a bad thing. It's like finding a shiny male Salandit. Toxic, yes. The Pokemon do sparkle in this game. And they sparkle when they first come, like when you can first see them, you can see if they're shiny or not. Software needed to close due to an error. Well, that was the shiny, guys. Thanks for playing. No, unfortunately, that's just BDSP at its finest. So normally, when you do an encounter, you can tell if it's shiny within the first, like, 5 seconds of the encounter. So, right about here, you'll know. And it'll sparkle right there. And if it zooms in on your face, instead of starting with zooming in on the Pokemon, that means it's got pretty good IVs all across the board. There's a chance, like, it should have 3 perfect IVs at that point. What other shinies are super annoying to find? We already covered male Conebead, male Salandit. Does Gallade have to be a male Ralts? Or can there be female Gallade? Because, like, I feel like it had to be a male Ralts exclusively that evolves into Gallade. But it always irritated me that there can be male Gardevoir and not female Gallade, or something like that. I'm not sure if that's the case, or if I just never tried. Also, as a matter of interest, because it's also gonna be asked about eventually. Now they're both in dark mode. Somebody did reach out to me on Twitch on another topic, on how to incorporate the name, or my YouTube channel name, into a potential drink business. And they confirmed an idea that I had, saying that it would be good. That was going to be Brasscoin's Ice Chest. Because, like, I thought about using Brasscoin in the name and then using, like, the Ice Chest as a potential name, but they were supportive of Brasscoin's Ice Chest, so it might be a thing. I don't know. Unfortunately, I did meet with a lender on it, and to get funding for it, I have to come up with 30% down for sure, and that's just for, like, everything but the land. So that's gonna be $75,000, probably $10,000 that I need to have down. And then when we factor land into it, I'm looking at about 80 to 90, maybe even 120, depending on the location, 1,000 for land. So definitely gonna need some down payments for that. It's not looking super cost effective. Well, cheap. It'll be cost effective in the long run. It's not gonna be cheap to start up though. That's what I mean. So I'm probably gonna need about $25,000 to start it off. Galactic Cupcake, that's a name I remember. Welcome back. I could technically get 2 shiny Darkrai. That is definitely a possibility. The odds of it happening at the same time, however, are astronomical, but it could happen. I've also noticed that when I move my setup, this is like the 5th time I've had to move it, I am incapable of putting things back in the same location it once was, so that's why the backdrop looks different. I am also excited that I get to have my Zelda shrine in the glass case over there be somewhat more visible. That's exciting for me. Gage the Arctic Fox just hopped on Brilliant Diamond. Go hunt some stuff, Gage. Best of luck. Yeah, that's not very good odds, Galactic Cupcake. Not good odds at all. But the odds are actually a lot less than that. Because when you think about each switch has a chance of happening 1 out of every 4,096. That doesn't become a divisible by 2 because there's 2 switches. It actually becomes a multiplicative property by the denominator, because now you're going to compare the chances of that 1 in every 4,096 happening at the exact same time as the other one happening at 4,096. So it's like 1 over 4,096 squared, if I'm not mistaken, because each one of those can happen at any given time. Because you're comparing the odds of 2 things that have odds of happening by themselves happening at the same time, so they multiply together. If I remember odds correctly. And I'm sure that one's up in the 100 of millions, if I'm not mistaken. $40.96 times $40.96. Not hundreds of millions, just tens. The odds of those happening together at the exact same time would be roughly 16.777 million. That's a lot. Oh, no. Dang it. I missed that. There we go. And that's what it equates to. Because, like, the odds of getting 2 shinies in this case would be 2 in 8,128, right? Because you're doing 2 switches, both at 1 out of 4096. So to get 2 shinies, it would be 1 out of 800 or 8,128. But to get them at the same time, you have to multiply the denominators together, because that's the chances that your one and their one will happen at the exact same time. Oh yeah, definitely. Bruh, this A button, like... Oh, my controller died. That's what's going on. Okay, well, we're gonna have to fix that somehow. One moment. I was like, why is this not loading? What is going on? I was like, I get it happening once, but it happening twice is just crazy. There we go. Now my buttons are pressing right. Yeah, I think it's 35 to 40 seconds per reset. Honestly, if I had another Switch loaded up with a Darkrai encounter on it, I would likely be hunting on multiple Switches. Like, I'm pretty sure my other Switch, I have a Darkrai loaded up, but it's being used by the bots, and I'm pretty sure I have like 3 more Darkrai I could hunt. Could put 4 Switches on here at the same time, but that's just crazy. That's a lot of stuff to manage. Two's difficult enough. Once I find it, I plan to host a shiny giveaway for the channel. I'll be doing the Darkrai giveaway because somebody mentioned it and I thought that sounded like a pretty cool idea. They're like, oh, this is a sign or a foreshadowing to a Darkrai giveaway. And I'm like, yeah, why not? I mean, if I find it, I'll share the love, spread the love. I mean, it's going to end up on the list eventually anyway, so might as well just make it fun. Galactic Cupcake. Come on. This isn't all determined by luck. This is determined by determination. mean, it does come down to luck at some point, but I feel like for the most part, it really isn't luck, per se. I mean, you could get unlucky and it just never happened, but I wouldn't say that it happening is luck, necessarily. I mean, you can have good luck and have it happen quickly, but it happening in general isn't exactly up to luck, per se. Just because, I mean, it's a computer program, it's going to give you one. If you could narrow it down to exact milliseconds with your button pressing, or, you know, even just seconds is sometimes enough, the computer theory and algorithm is eventually going to give you that shiny. There's just no way around it. Like, the reason why I prefer the soft reset method is because from point A to point B, you are an exact amount of time with your button presses. So each time you start up, the game re-rolls your seeds. And there's a limited number of seeds that it can roll. Basically what we're doing with soft resetting and pressing A to start the encounter the same amount of time after each startup is, say we're hitting it consistently and exactly 125 frames are passing from the time we turn on the game and hit A with Darkrai. That's 125 frames each time. If you reset enough and do that enough times, eventually you are going to land on a seed that has frame 125 be a shiny frame. So, I mean, when you think about it in terms of mathematics, it's not really luck so much as determination, and eventually you are going to hit that frame. Now, the luck side comes into it when you talk about time. How long is it going to take you to get that? Is it ever going to happen? Is it not going to happen at all? Or is it going to happen within the first 3,000 and you have good luck? No, Toxic, not necessarily. I just threw out a random number. The idea is that each seed, when you load up a seed, it loads up which frames are going to be shiny for the entire time that game is running. So when we soft reset, we change seeds. However, if you'd use the runaway method for like Shaman, you could run away and re-encounter it. That one would be one that would have substantially different stuff, and that's why it actually messed with me so bad and why I couldn't do the runaway method. The idea is that regardless of how many frames passed between you doing the encounter and the game starting up, as long as you are doing it consistently with the same timing, you're eventually going to hit the shiny, because the seed is eventually going to have that frame be shiny. Oh yeah, that algorithm makes me push the buttons way more times than that, because I probably pressed a button that many times today alone, because I can't wait patiently, because I like to mash the A button. Gage the Arctic Fox is going to be here until the Darkrai shows up. Oh, well, hopefully that doesn't take too terribly long. We're almost at 1,000, and statistically, like, that's usually the range that I like to find shinies in, apparently. A good portion of my shinies are below 1,000. But I think the average for my channel with shiny hunting is, I think, 1,500 to 2,000. With average overall. Hey, fair enough. It gives me something to talk about and lets me know that there's people to talk to in the chat, so I'm all for idle chit-chat galactic. There was a baby blowout to tend to. Maybe this is the run, maybe not. Could be. I'm here for it if it is. Shaman is the devil Pokemon, let's not be confused. I do not like Shaman anymore after that hunt, and exclusively because of that hunt. That was maddening. Like, not because it took so many encounters. Like, Dialga was my most hated one because it was just brown all the time and not a good time. But Shaman was... It just mentally messed with me. It gave me such a hard time. Because I did like 1,500 encounters with it, and then somebody's like, why don't you do the runaway method? And so I did about 4,000 encounters with the runaway method, and then finally I just couldn't anymore. I was like, I'm switching back to the other method, and did like another 1,500. These are rounded, of course, but did another 1,500 roughly, and finally found it. So that's why I know so much about the frame rates and the odds. Like, I did look into RNG method Shaman, and it is just so impossible. I mean, obviously people have done it, they figured it out. A few people have been on YouTube recording themselves doing it, but Shaman's frames, Shaman, with when we talk about frame rates and stuff for shiny hunting, it's not a static 60 frames per second. That's not the kind of frames we're talking about, because there's actually a lot more frames that happen inside the game that get kind of jumbled into one frame that we reduce to 60 frames per second. Shaman's something like 240 frames per second. And again, that's not like how we see frames for visuals. That's keyframes for what the game's doing internally. And so because there's so many flowers in Shaman's area, it's going at like somewhere in the ballpark of 240 frames. Which makes it substantially harder to click the right frame set. It's the attitude Pokemon. Yes. Cresselia is the true MVP here. Like, can we just appreciate how nice Cresselia was to me? I am hoping Mespriet shares the love. I hate roaming encounter legendaries. They are the worst thing in the history of video games. I actually, weird take, but I think Regi-Rock was my favorite hunt out of all of those. Regigigas was my first, and so like I wasn't sure I was doing it right the entire time I was doing it. Regigigas, I was actually one of the first 3 people in the world to find it. I know that sounds odd, but I'm one of the first 3 people that found it on Sword and Shield with the Crown Tundra release. At least that recorded themselves doing that. I should make mention of that caveat. Like, there may have been others that found it first, but I'm the first one that actually documented finding it. And I was beaten out by another person who posted on Twitter that they found it 5 minutes before I did. So it was really, really close, being the second person to find it. And I think there's another third person that did it as well that may have beaten me with it, but they didn't have as clear of documentation. So until I found it, nobody was really sure that you could. So that was actually a really popular video and really popular hunt. I thought that was really cool, being in that area, being one of the first to find it. And I did a lot of the encounters at work while I was on my lunch break, and on my days off, I was doing Postmates and delivering Walmart grocery orders, and while I was waiting for orders and stuff to drop, I would hop onto a few encounters, and I just happened to hook it up to my computer to record some shiny hunting and found it. So it was more probable that I would have found it off camera than on camera. So Regi-Rock and Regigigas are my 2 favorite. I just enjoyed the Regi-Rock hunt because I was so happy about finding Regigigas and all that Regi-Rock went super easily. I like Regi-Rock. It's my favorite of the Regis, personally. Regidrago, I was over. I was done hunting Regis at Regidrago. Those hunts are actually out of order. I did do Regidrago and Regieleki before Dialga, Cresselia, and Palkia. They just landed there for some reason. I don't know. I've never gone back through and reoriented them. I probably should, though, for consistency's sake, but whatever. But yeah, I'm not really fond of Cresselia in that regard, but I am grateful that it only took 16 encounters. It was very, very, very fast. And not only that, but like, if any Pokemon was to be that fast, Cresselia and Mespriet are the 2 that I would hope for the most. In BDSP anyways. There are other roaming legendaries that would probably be more valuable to me in different games, but there's easier ways to obtain most of those. Latios and Latias, for example, would be pretty difficult as well. But yeah, roaming legendaries are a pain because you have to save before you first find them. Then you have to let them run away without seeing whether they're shiny or not. And then you have to encounter them, which can take upwards of 5 minutes an encounter. Cresselia was about 5 minutes, 30 seconds an encounter. And then you have to reset back to before you met them to reset its shiny. And yeah, I'll take an hour and 20 minutes. Like that was some good time. You forgot to get the free shiny Ponyta in Legends? That's unfortunate. I'm sure the quest is still there, though. Hey, Zenelia. We're doing well. Baby Coin's being babysat by his cousin / my niece. So we got some free hands today. Got a little bit of a jaw ache and residual jaw pain because of the dentist moving around in my mouth. That wasn't a great time. People say they don't like the drilling for, like, you know, if you have cavities or whatever work they're doing, they don't like the drill. The drill is the least of my problems. What I hate is the needle they use to numb your gum line. Like, oh my gosh. It aches for like 2 days afterwards. But really today, I'm just glad that the right side of my face is no longer numb. That was super annoying. But I do like hunting with 2 switches at the same time. Not only does it make the encounters go faster, I feel like it helps me be in a better mood about it. Because it just doesn't take as long. Galactic, who wouldn't choose Mudkip given the option? Let's be honest. I mean, people argue Trico is awesome, which if you're playing Pokemon Sapphire, I'll give you that. Trico is the best pick for Pokemon Sapphire. Did I ever pick him? Absolutely not. It was always my Mudkip boy, because Mudkip is the greatest starter ever. Mudkip frequently solos the game if you give him to me, yes. Except for, there is this one point, and I love it so much. Mudkip obviously would be the best choice for Pokemon Ruby, and I did play Ruby a lot, but Sapphire was my jam. Like, I love Kyogre so much more than Groudon, but you choose Mudkip for Pokemon Ruby, you're going to be in good shape because it has the advantage. It has a neutral point in Sapphire, whereas Trico has the advantage in Sapphire. But I always played Sapphire with Mudkip. Still soloed the game. However, that also means that May chooses Groovoil, or Trico. And there is one battle, only battle I have ever been wrecked multiple times in a row, in multiple playthroughs in a row, was the battle with May between Slayport and Mauville City. That was horrendous. Because at that point, you have a Marshtomp. It is 4 times weak to grass. Groovoil has a brutal Leaf Blade move. And to that point, you really don't have a strong bird-type Pokemon. Like, maybe I just didn't play the game right. Maybe I should have put more time into Tailo or Wingull. I mean, even Wingull's going to get wrecked, but maybe I should put more time into Tailo and got a Swellow before then. I don't know. But your bug Pokemon, it isn't going to work because I'm pretty sure Groovoil has a flying type move at that point too. Don't quote me on that one though, because I'm probably wrong, but this is like my 10-year-old frustration. You're not really going to be doing much damage with your Whirlpool line to a Trico / Groovoil anyways. Because Bug Bite didn't really exist back then. I think that's a Gen 5 move. And in Bug-type moves, they hadn't gotten their buff yet, so Bug being super effective against Grass was pretty much meaningless, because all Bug meant was Bug-type with Poison-type moves. There really wasn't Bug moves. So that's a moot point, but you didn't really have strong Poison types by then. You didn't have strong Flying types by then. Like, that fight just wrecks your Marshtomp, and that's really the only thing you got going for you. Hey, Tavon, welcome. Uchiha gets wrecked right after cast form. That was another brutal fight. But usually by then, you have a fire type choice. There's something that you can use against it. Whether it's a Torkoal or something like that. A stronger flying type, or maybe even a Tropius itself. Like, you can catch that on the way up there. You have options there. But yeah, I've been wrecked there a couple times as well. Here's the thing. What I want is a Pokemon game where you go to a region where you can choose one of every, like, out of every starter there is throughout the 9 generations we have, including, you know, the Hisuian forms. Let's just be thorough. We need to have it to where we have one generation, maybe generation 10, where you can choose from any starter, but you can only choose one starter. And have it collect data on which starter people choose. Because I want to know, given the choice of everything, what is going to be the one Pokemon that everyone chooses? Because, like, as of right now, if I was going to choose a fire type, I would probably choose... Well, that one's going to be rough. If I was to choose a fire type, I would either go with Blaziken, Quilava, Charizard, or Scorbunny. Grass is an easy choice. I would hands down pick Sprigatito. And water is always going to be Mudkip. Like, water is not even a question. Like, out of all of the starters that we have, I would still probably pick Mudkip. Hey, Bootleg Randy, welcome. But, Scorbunny, absolute powerhouse. Blaziken benefits from its fighting moveset. I love Blaziken. Like, that's my second go-to on Generation 3. Charizard's lower down on my list. Like, I know it's strong, but at the same time, like, its flying type, I feel, makes it weaker. Its flying type doesn't give it an advantage over any other type that it doesn't already have an advantage over, except for fighting, which it's Charizard. You don't need an advantage against fighting type. It's going to go down like a sack of potatoes anyways. Get a Jimmy John's Turkey Tom sandwich on wheat bread. It's Brass Coin suggestion. Octane, I am posting Celebi sometime this evening, which it is like 2 in the afternoon for me, so we're probably looking at about by 8 p.m., so we'll say within the next 6 hours that video will be going up. I have not been playing the Zelda Oracle of Ages or Seasons games, but I need to. Those are some fantastic games, and I need to get them on my save file here. I think it's because it stands up instead of staying on all fours. Like, they wanted a cat on all fours, because really I don't like Perugly and Liepard. They're cats on all fours. But I gotta say, like, I could not picture Meowscarada any other way than on 2 legs. It just doesn't work. A dark grass cat, I just don't see it on all 4 legs. I really don't. And I'm not mad about that one. It makes sense. It doesn't make sense to have most Pokemon on 4 legs when I stop and think about it. Like, especially like with what they're supposed to represent, how can you expect them not to be bipedal? Like, it's a grass dark magician. It's doing magic tricks. It's showmanship. It's going to be on 2 legs. Same thing with Incineroar. Like, it's a wrestling fighter character, a luchador. It makes sense to have it on 2 legs. I think they're more mad about Incineroar Middle Evolution Torracat being on all 4s. I was like, okay, it shouldn't have been 4-4-2. It should have been 4-2-2. Or 2-2-2. It should have just always been 2. But in that same vein, I am more upset against Fuecoco going to all 4s than I feel like a lot of people are about Meowscarada being on 2. Like, I don't know why, but Skeledirge irks me that it's on all 4s. Which is weird, because alligators should be on all 4s. Like, it's not for alligator. It just doesn't make sense for it to be on all 2. But, like, its look just bothers me on all 4s. I don't like it. You're shiny hunting Palkia. You're gonna be... Yeah. You're gonna be here for a hot minute. Those Pokemon were not super nice to me. Okay, Tavon, did you start with ages or seasons? And the hunt's going okay. I mean, we haven't surpassed 1,000 encounters yet. You're still upset about the grass cat being on 2 legs? I know. I mean, I'm not super bothered by it. It makes sense. I love my Meowscarada. Not in a furry kind of weird way, but I just like that it's the first grass-type Pokemon where I'm just like, right out of the get-go, I am choosing the grass. Only grass starter I've chosen the first time through. Every other grass... Every time I choose a grass Pokemon, let's just say this. Every time I choose a grass Pokemon, I do it just because I need to trade it over to my main profile where I chose water or fire for the Pokedex. The only reason why I choose the grass starter. Hello, Leo the King. Ah, there you go, Tavon. There's a huge debate on which game you should do first. I need to watch a video from a Zelda tuber, Nehru. He actually did a video on which you should play first, and those are his jam. Like, that's his main Zelda games. So, I feel like he would know. And I should probably watch them, but I haven't yet. And I'm going to before I pick up those games. I've beaten them once before. I mean, I'm inclined to say seasons should come before ages, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. I mean, if I remember right, I think ages has the harder final boss. Oh, dude, I have no idea when the new DLC comes out. I haven't even pre-purchased it yet, and I need to. Like, there's some pre-purchase bonuses going on. I think it comes out in November, but I could be mistaken. It might be September. How long am I streaming? Well, that depends entirely upon how long my kid behaves, but I should be streaming for another hour. I'm planning on streaming for 2 hours at a time. I might be able to stream longer, but we'll just have to see. I also feel like I didn't press my increment up counter. And, Light Star Luigi, how am I able to still get the limited event? There's a trick to it. I'm going to tell you the secret. I never got it to begin with. Back when the game first came out, you had 4 months to get the game. So, like, from November to April, that's actually 5 months, I lied. So 5 months to get the game. Before the event happened, I got said game. And the event happened. I went and collected the game, or the event from the mystery gift, so I got the hotel room key back in April of 2022. And due to making every other YouTube video, Scarlet and Violet coming out, having a kid, and all that such fun, I just haven't had time to shiny hunt it, so it's just been sitting in my inventory for the last year and a half. Yeah, so really, no secret, no trick. I just got the original event and haven't had time to do it yet. Sure am, Leo the King. I am in the middle of nowhere, Idaho. Nearly there, nearly there. Yeah, we're nearing in on 1,000. I do really well up until about 1,500 encounters, then I start to get agitated. You're shiny hunting an Arceus right now? Which shiny Pokemon should you hunt for? Leo. I gotta be real rude right now. I'm gonna go with Munchlax. Angles, female Combi. That's what's up. Part 1 of the DLC to Bootleg Randy, it comes out in fall of 2023. That typically refers to November, but it could be September. And the other one, winter 2023, so... Yeah, maybe they'll come out within 2 months of each other. Which hunt have you been... Oh, easy peasy, you've been working on Cherrim for a while. I can understand how that one would be difficult. Clearing the Pokedex entry for Cherrim was excruciating. Top 3 hardest shinies to get. Arceus, female Salandit, and female Combi. I would interject that an authentic Sinistea is always going to be the hardest, period. Yeah, shiny hunting can be fun, Bootleg. I thoroughly enjoy it. When I'm not doing giveaway videos, that's usually what I'm working on, so I enjoy shiny hunting. I enjoy shiny finding a lot more than hunting, though. Easy peasy. I really want to complete the Pokedex in Legends Arceus. I think I have about 90 Pokemon perfected out of the 200 and some odd. Oh yeah, and getting a specific shiny Spindaform would be, I can't remember if getting a specific shiny Spinda was still more rare than getting an authentic shiny Sinistea. You're just in sync with that hydrate there, Randy. I didn't even see that, but I still went for a drink. I need to, like, up my Twitch game so much. Like, I feel like my Discord needs some emojis revamped. My Twitch needs some interfaces revamped. I could really use to update my Streamlabs and have a more professional look on it for my streams. Maybe that's a task for 2024. Hey, Austin! And Mr. Snake. I don't know if you're shouting out a state name or saying hello in Japanese. But if it's Japanese, it's missing the Y. We have surpassed 1,000. Oh! And can I just tell you all that part of the reason why Shaman frustrated me so bad is about the time I hit 7,000 encounters, I resigned myself to a fate. And I was extremely hoping that it would be my first hunt to break 9,000. You know, like, obviously, you never, as a shiny hunter, really want to hope for a higher encounter table, but I was so frustrated with it that I was just like, screw it. If anything is going to be my 9,000 and plus hunt, this one is it. Like, we're close enough anyways. Let's just do it and get it over with. I had prepared and ready to go a clip of CB Genius, another fellow streamer like Randy, bootleg Randy over there. He did a clip for me impersonating Nampa from Dragon Ball Z, and I was gonna play it on the stream, and it was gonna yell it's over 9,000. But unfortunately, I didn't get to the 9,000 mark so that I could use it. I was really sad. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. My babysitter needed some lunch. Nope, baby coin's doing just fine. Oh no, bootleg. CB Genius is the one that did the clip. I was just throwing out that you were another content creator as well. At least across Shino, Galactic. I guess it's Sinnoh, but you know what I mean. I would probably punt Shaman over Mount Cornet, to be sure. It'll go from being friends with the east side Gastrodon to friends with the west side Gastrodon real fast. Why is Mr. Snake stupid? And Gage, Darkrai actually is, from what I understand and what I've heard from a lot of viewers, is that Darkrai is particularly difficult. A lot of people have surpassed 10,000 encounters with this one. It's alright. In terms of shinies, like, it's not super gray. Like, I just think it's shade differences, but I would like, it's whatever that necklace thing is that it's got on. I would like that to stay red and have the body be more purplish. And have the hair become more silver metallic. Well, thank you, Mr. Snake, for that sub. My favorite Pokemon game is hands down Pokemon Sapphire. I don't know what part of Darkrai is what, but the white hair should be silver, the pink thing should be red, and the black body should be purple. I am not sure, Galactic. Well, physically interacting isn't something that is ruled out by being a ghost. It just means it's corporeal versus incorporeal, if you talk in D&D terms. I do always find it funny in the Pokedex entries how it shows what their footprint is, and they are like exclusively levitating Pokemon. Like Magnezone has a footprint I think that's super funny. I think Mischievous has a footprint as well. There's also a lot of things to suggest that how to say it? Ghost type in Pokemon doesn't necessarily mean they are dead. It just means they have a disposition. Why does the Pokedex show me feet pics of Pokemon? That's pretty funny. Hey, Mr. Snake, do you play Metal Gear Solid? Luke Lightnix. Luke Lightnix. There we go. I don't know why that gave me such a hard time to say, but Luke Lightnix, thanks for the sub. That is unfortunate, Mr. Snake. Highly would recommend. The Pokemon Klinklang is Metal Gear. It's also Solid. Favorite Pokemon, still Swampert. It's gotta be Swampert or Ludicolo. Like, those two Pokemon are perfection. Gage is over on YouTube now. Swampert is pretty cool. Sadie is back. Welcome. Yeah, when it gets over 1,000 Pokemon, there's bound to be a few hard choices in there. I should do a Pokedex video. I think I did a while back a video where I went onto one of those websites where you list all of the Pokemon in the Pokedex and see how long it takes you. I should do that for Gen 2, and maybe I should redo it for Gen 1. I feel like that could be fun. See if I can still do it. I do have a pet. I have a really fat cat. Well, I guess my wife has a really fat cat. I have a really fat cat by association. We've tried putting it on a diet, but it just doesn't seem to work. I would love to make my fat cat an outdoor cat. It would be super nice if my fat cat could be outside. Your cat has decimated the bird population. I mean, hopefully they're, like, annoying birds that it's getting.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Nobody asked you, Siri. What the heck?
I'm not sure I understand.
You never will, you sad, sad little AI. Congrats on the shiny Geodude. That was actually a pretty cool shiny. Siri's over there like, you talking to me? The one good thing about having to move my stuff out here is I finally got my Pokemon games up on display over there. Still missing Pokemon White 2 and a copy of Crystal, and I'll have them all. Garchomp is okay. It's not my favorite Pokemon ever. Also, I just barely discovered in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet that Garchomp can fly? Like, when did that happen? That blew my mind. I mean, I guess it's dragon type, so it makes sense for it to fly, but like, still, I was not expecting to see a Garchomp just soaring through the air. Babycoin is frequently mad at his bottle. He can be a turd sometimes. Especially lately, he doesn't really want to sit and eat. He's discovered that he likes solid foods a lot more than his bottle, so he wants and requires more and more solid foods. Gyarados makes sense to fly, given that it's flying type, and that it's should, in all intents and purposes, be a dragon. And oh my gosh, can we just talk about how annoying that there is not a Hisuian Gyarados? Like, there better be, and this is if there is a Legends Celebi game, there better be a Johtonian Gyarados. Like an ancient Johtonian Gyarados. Because, like, there should be a Gyarados that is dragon. Like, I want to see the ancient past version of Gyarados where it was a dragon before, you know, it became a fallen dragon and lost its dragon status. The worst thing happened to you 2 days ago, Gage. That's unfortunate. Hopefully it wasn't too terrible. You failed a shiny Gallade. Ooh. That is pretty sad. Oh yeah, Sadie. I think you were gone while I was telling it. You haven't changed your PFP, right? Because, like, that PFP is ringing some bells. Like, I definitely seem to recall that PFP. You have? Maybe it's just because it's a familiar character. Yeah, I do remember the last part of Sea Lion. Yeah, they are from Legends Arceus, that's for sure. It's the chick with the braviary. Why are you speaking German, Galactic? That makes sense, Sadie. I usually do short and long names. That seems like something I would definitely do. Go with sickly. Well, you enjoy Oracle of Ages. Like, I actually quite enjoy those games. They're pretty good. Usually I go for seasons over ages, but they're both really good. What I really love is Minish Cap, though. That game is phenomenal. I absolutely adore the soundtrack. Yeah, like they had talked about it like forever ago that they were gonna do that. The reaction for the shiny? My shiny reactions can be lacking. Cresselia was good. Shaman might have been good. I can't remember. Dialga wasn't. Dialga, I was just so over it. It is my hope that with this Sunday I'll be able to actually sit down and do a long stream. Because I really, really need to start getting back into Jirachi. Yeah, probably Tavon. I think the issue is more time to do it. Because time is not something I have a tremendous quantity of these days. It's also why I haven't uploaded any videos on the second channel. Like, I struggle to get videos out on this channel these days. Like, I can't remember the last time I did a video on this channel that wasn't a stream or a giveaway. We're getting out of Mount Cornet? What? But yeah, if I do end up streaming a playthrough, like, it'll be on Hyrule Monkey channel for sure. I woke up way too early today. You've gotten one outbreak of Munchlax. I've been told I should shiny hunt in Legends Arceus for streams, but I just got too many static encounter shinies to hunt. Hey, there you go, Tavon. I've never been a huge Mega Man collector, like Mega Man fan, but I understand its appeal. Mega Man's a good game. That's awesome. Baby Coin's first word, I mean, he knows what mama is. I think that was his first. Then he started saying dada. I have him on camera saying cat, but I can't get him to say it anymore. Like, it was clear as day, like, for 3 days straight, he knew what cat was. And he would see the cat go across, and he would go, kitty. Like, it's more of, like, KT, because, you know, he can't say a whole lot. So he's like, kitty, kitty. And then he would go, cat. But, like, only when the cat ran across the room. And so we would practice it with him. And say, go get the kitty cat, or go get the cat. And he would repeat it back, cat, and then he would go for the cat. And like, he's only 8 months, 8.5 months old. So pretty smart, I would think, but I can't get him to do it anymore. It's the weirdest thing. But yeah, his vocabulary is non-existent. He knows like 3 words. I hope so. Because his mom's going to try to get him in on guitars. Hopefully he likes video games and we can have fun, hang out, do that. All I know is we're both royally screwed if he's an outdoorsy person, because neither my wife nor myself likes particularly, you know, going on adventures outside. I mean, I did Boy Scouts back in the day. I loved going camping. I don't hate being outside, but in terms of what I would rather do on a day off these days, I would rather sit down, watch a movie, or play a game than go for a hike or go camping, something like that. It's fun every now and then, but not my cup of tea all the time. Exactly. We'll just have gamer day. We'll make a Minecraft world or something. Alls I know is that kid is going to have no shortage of like hobbies and extracurricular projects that they can look into doing. Because like my wife plays guitar, so she can kind of help him learn guitar, which is pretty cool for kids. I do YouTube pretty successfully, so that's something that's an avenue for him. Like, he'll get exposed to making videos, editing videos, doing graphic design, you know, a whole slew of things, in programming too. Working on computers, like, there's just a whole skill set that he's going to have just because of what me and my wife like to do. Orca Grace, that's 11 for you. Goodness, you must be in the UK. No, they're only at like 9 p.m. right now. You're in Europe. I would venture to guess Spain or Belgium. Netherlands maybe. Oh, that's unfortunate, Tavon. I played video games with my brother growing up. It was very much a frustrating experience because he was 5 years older than me, so he always won. And if I managed to win, I got hit, so winning wasn't super rewarding. But this was back on like the N64, and recently, just for kicks and giggles, I bought that complete in box 64 that's barely visible behind Pikachu's left cheek there. Maybe it's his right cheek, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's showing up for his left for you guys. Either way, I got a copy of 007 GoldenEye, and I was playing my brother on that. I won that time. He's not able to beat me up anymore. Yeah. Good times growing up. That was weird. My brother's actually the reason that I ended up getting into Pokemon anyways. Not that he was super into it, but he had Pokemon Blue, and I stole his copy of the game while I was like 3 or 4. Beat said game. Couldn't read yet, but I beat the game. And then he got super pissed that I beat it. And he gave me the game out of spite, so I inherited Pokemon Blue because my brother didn't want it anymore. And then I inherited Pokemon Red because my sister just never played video games, so I gave her $20 for her old school Game Boy and a copy of Pokemon Red and a few other games. So yeah, Pokemon was pretty much the first game that I ever played. Zelda and Sonic being the second and third. Ochre Grays or Orchid Grays. I am hoping for yes. So right now, I believe it's Riddler Coup and Eclipse. They are very heavily dropping hints that a Unova game is in the remakes in the works. One having shown screenshots that look identical to how we would see Unova in black and white. So that's black 2, white 2. The other one hinting at a Legends game. So I think we're getting both. Similar treatment to Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl coming out and then being followed up immediately by Legends Arceus. I think we're going to get a Unova remake and a Legends Unova or a Legends Kyurem. However, that having been said, I would prefer to have Unova remade and get a Legends Celebi game. I would much prefer to have a Legends game featuring the Johto Kanto region. But I will not be upset if it ends up being Unova. Sadie, my favorite Pokemon game is always going to be Pokemon Sapphire, I fear. I am a huge Gen 3 fanboy, followed by Gen 5, so I prefer Sapphire, followed by Pokemon... I like playing Pokemon Black, but I like Zekrom better, so Pokemon White is the legendary I have to get. But for some reason, I enjoy playing through Black more, and I know they're the exact same game with the addition of Black Forest and White, or White Forest and Black City, or Black Forest and White City. I can't remember the differentiations between them, but yeah, I always go for Pokemon Black to play through that one, but I prefer White's legendary. I think it just has to do with the box. Black and White has such an amazing story. And the problem with a Legends game for Pokemon Black, like, and this is something I've had to do some more thinking on. We could see the original story of the two brothers that split and choose ideals and, like, you know, whatever. The problem with that is, how do you have an antagonist in Legends Kyurem? Because it would about have to be the origin story to that, right? Like, you stop a rampaging Kyurem. And maybe it will retcon the lore for the Unova region and say there were 3 brothers or whatever, and that's why the empty husk Kyurem is still in existence. Like, it stayed with the 3rd one, or something to that effect. Or maybe it's going to retcon that it wasn't, like, actually 2 brothers that had this Pokemon, that somebody just split this Pokemon. I don't know. But yes, I would... We better see at some point a complete Kyurem. I don't think that's been shown to date. We've seen, obviously, a Kyurem that has Zekrom fused to it, or one that's Reshiram fused to it, but not both. But, like, the only way I feel that a Legends Kyurem game would be successful at this point would be if somehow it delves into what caused that Pokemon to split, why it split, and not doing a similar situation to Black and White, where you have one antagonist going up against you, and then you both end up with a legendary and fight each other in that regard. I think it would... I don't know how they would successfully pull off a fight between NPC and a player character, unless you get to choose, like, whether you would rather fight for truths or ideals or whatever the two sides are, and it just alters the other person's dialogue to fight against you on that until you both come up to this legendary dragon, kind of like oh, what would it be? Who does that happen with? You know, kind of like a Team Magma, Team Aqua type situation, but instead you both come up to the same legendary trying to get your thing done, and the legendary for some reason just splits between the two of you, and then you fight it off or fight it out. I don't know. I am definitely on the side for the more doors in the world. Yeah, Orca Grace. It could be similar. Splitting after during the fight. Yeah. But, like, if there's a split in this Pokemon, it has to side with you, the player, and the antagonist. That's why it would split. So there has to be some sort of mutual relationship where this Pokemon respects and trusts both of you prior to the split. According to the original lore, it was two brothers. My chair has 9 wheels. I think it's got 5. It's got 5 wheels. Hey, I respect Team Magma and Team Aqua. They fought for what they believed in. Actually, being perfectly honest and all that, I just love the entire Gen 3 vibe. Like, it came out at a time where everybody's fighting about global warming and all that stuff, and like the whole premise of Generation 3 is nature versus industrialization type ideology. Like, if you think about Kanto and Johto, Johto is the ancient or the more traditional side of Japan with the shrines and the culture, whereas Kanto is more the Tokyo City side of the Japan area. And it also makes sense with they're also exclusively built off of prefectures. Like, there's the Johto prefecture in Japan, and then there's the Kanto prefecture in Japan. They're similar to states, if you don't know. Same with the Sinnoh and the Hoenn. The Hoenn side kind of vibes with it plays with the idea of nature, and that's why you don't see very much cities in that game. Like, you have Rustboro, that's really like the main city, and Lily Cove, and it's a port town. I think technically, yeah, they both have access to the ocean or whatever, but yeah, it balances with what impact people have on the environment. And, you know, Team Magma, they love land Pokemon. They see, hey, there's not enough land for the Pokemon. Like, they would thrive so much better if there was more land. It would be awesome. Like, the world is so full of water. Like, we need more land. That would be great. And so I feel for that. And Team Aqua, similarly, like, we love water Pokemon. If there were more water, there would be more water Pokemon, you know? And, like, yeah, they could just find something to dry up water, but just make more land. It's probably fine. But I just love how they were both misguided. Like, they're not wrong, they're just misguided in their endeavors. Cyrus isn't wholly evil, though. Like, I have this debate. It's one of my favorite debates in Pokemon. What is the most evil team organization in Pokemon? I will always and forever say the most evil team is Team Plasma. Team Galactic wasn't straight up evil. Now, don't get me wrong. Mass genocide is extremely bad. However, Cyrus wasn't just wanting to kill everyone in the world. He wanted to end strife. So his idea wasn't killing everybody in the world. It was reshaping the world to where there was no strife. Which, you know, is a common theme across religious texts and books and stuff. And, you know, having a world without strife, there's only one real way to do that, and that's to control everybody at all times. And with him manipulating space and time, like, he wasn't just going to wipe everybody off the face of existence. He was going to reshape a world in his ideology, which had no strife. So, like, his desires for the end goal were not evil. So, like, I don't count him as an evil person. Just a very wrong person. And he didn't have hatred towards people. In fact, he didn't have any kind of emotion at all. He just thought that people needed to stop fighting. And so he was going to create a world where fighting would not be an option. Lysander, I would argue, is more evil than Cyrus in that regard. Because if you remember, Lysander, or Lysandre, in Kalos, he wanted to destroy everyone because people made the world not beautiful. Which, again, his desire is to keep the world beautiful, which humans destroy. I mean, we see it in our own world. We destroy the world. So if we take humans out of the equation, the world in Pokemon can thrive at that point because they're not destroying the world. And again, his desire isn't inherently evil. It's just really, really bad and wrong. But the reason why I argue that Team Plasma is inherently evil is because their reasons for doing things were selfish in nature. They were evil in nature. Genesis manipulates N, which I presume to be his son. He manipulates this kid his entire life, forcing him to grow up to be this hero for ideals or truths, depending on the game that you're playing, whatever. And he manipulates this kid into fulfilling that role just so that he can use them. He wants to get the legendary so that they can force people to free their Pokemon so that him and his team can be the only ones that use Pokemon to subjugate the entire world. Not just that country, but the entire world under his subjugation. Purely for the fact that he wants to rule the world. Not because he has some grand vision of what he wants to change the world into. No, he's just an evil dude that wants complete control and power. A very American thing in ideas, but makes sense for the region, honestly. But, like, his was purely just to rule the world with his iron will and have the world at his disposal. That's the most evil, in my opinion. And every other team, I mean, Team Rocket, they just still crap. Whatever. Like, they weren't out for world domination. I mean, they owned Kanto because of how crooked they were. They got into everywhere, but, like, they were honest in their intents. Like, yeah, we're a group of thugs. Like, we're gonna steal your crap. Cool. So, like, I wouldn't say they're evil. They're just, you know, they're bad people. They're looking out for themselves. They're selfish and all that. You got the Munchlax? That's awesome. And let me guess, does this require a lot of oil? It very well might. But yeah, Team Plasma, just evil. Team Flare, Team Galactic, they want to change the world for the better. They're not great at thinking of a good way to do that without killing everybody. Oh yeah, dude, I was playing Pokemon Go Sunday. That's why I wasn't streaming Sunday, as I was out getting some shiny Poliwag. If you got a 3-star Zygarde in Pokemon Go, that's lit. Oh yeah, Cyrus, definitely a favorite villain. And to be fair, the Cyrus you get in Pokemon Platinum and the Cyrus you get in Diamond and Pearl are two drastically different Cyruses. And as you can imagine, the one in Platinum is a little bit more evil. At that point, though, I would argue it's because he's going for Giratina, and at that point kind of being manipulated by Giratina. But the one in Pearl and Diamond is pretty mellow in comparison. You have played for 3 years and haven't gotten a legendary? Dang. I mean, there's quests for all of them you can pretty much grab. I have gotten all of them except Hoopa, I think. As far as the quests go for the mythicals, I believe I traded one Genesect over to my Pokemon Home account so that I can have a Genesect there. Or maybe I traded it in because I don't think I can transfer to Pokemon Home yet. But I caught a Genesect. I have it. But it is missing from my inventory, and I'm big sad about it. Can go out and do a Regi-Drago raid. I'm working on a shiny Mew, personally. Oh, I went to New York. Like, yeah, I spoofed my Pokemon Home or Pokemon Go account so that I could be in New York for some raids. It's so hard to fail a raid there. Like, where I'm at, we'll be lucky if we get 5 participants in a raid. Raids in New York fill up in seconds. I love it. What I was frustrated with for the longest time was I could never catch the Pokemon after the raids. Like, I would go in with 14 balls to catch it and use a gold raspberry on every single one of them and still never catch them. Curveballs, great curveballs, still no luck. I hook it up to my computer and have my computer tell my phone it's physically in another location. That's how I spoof. not super into Pokemon Go anymore. I'm not really either. I've gotten more into it now. But that's because I am after the shiny Deontay they're doing for Community Day, and I'm after shiny Mew. And of course I'll repurchase the shiny Celebi, the shiny Jirachi. As a Pokemon content creator and YouTuber and stuff, I feel like I want to have those Pokemon Go in my Pokemon Home account as legitimate shinies. I'm also going through all of those shinies and shiny hunting them as well. Like, I got a Jirachi hunt that I'm doing off and on. I have Manaphy preloaded and ready to go. I got 4 Manaphy eggs that I can trade. And I got 8 or 9 copies of Gen 4 games that I can rotate through. I think a while back I've done a video playing Pokemon Go, but I don't know if it's still on my channel. I was doing the Celebi quest line and I recorded it. I just don't know if I ever uploaded it to a video status. I should go live when I'm playing Pokemon Go. I haven't really figured out how to do a good live from my phone because, like, obviously I'm recording my screen and trying to show that, I would think, while filming my face on my phone, and I'm not sure how to go live on my phone. I just never messed with it, but yeah, I really should do a live stream on my phone. I don't know how to watch the comments, play the game, have my face in there, and like actually do a live stream like that. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot to increment up on that one, but whatever. Arkham Kratos, welcome. It is a good evening indeed. Yeah, Sabior, I haven't really used any apps for Pokemon Go. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure, because if I'm out playing Pokemon Go, I'm doing everything from my phone, and I just don't really know how to do that. I haven't seen anybody do it before or been taught how. But alright, we are at 1,100 encounters. I have a niece that needs to go to an appointment, so I'm going to get her walking over there because we live right next door to it. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. Denise is walking to her appointment, so we are in good shape. And Orca Grace, I saw that you posted your country over there at one point. Yeah, I guessed the Netherlands based on your timestamp, but Switzerland's pretty close. You got Pokemon Shield because the box art spoke to you? Honestly, if you ain't picking your Pokemon games based on the box legendary, what are you doing? Like, some people get really into it, though. Like, they research the exclusives per each game. And, yeah, they base their opinion on what the exclusives are going to be. But, like, I go based solely on what the box looks like at this point. And my favorite color is blue, so more often than not, I go for the blue version. I get both of the games anyways, but the blue one's usually the first one I play. Arkham Kratos. These games, BDSP, I am one of the haters of this game. But I still enjoy it. Like, I don't, like, crap on the game by any means. However, they said it was going to be a faithful remake, and that's why they weren't adding extra Pokemon to it, which survey says that's a lie. They obviously changed a significant portion of this game. They made the underground tremendously better and more entertaining, don't get me wrong. It has some improvements. I'm grateful that we have some of the events back. However, I am remiss that it was so short-lived that they didn't do a Deoxys event. They did Manaphy, which is great. They let us get Mew and Jirachi, phenomenal. No Deoxys. They limited, excruciatingly painfully so, how many Pokemon you can transfer in and out of the game. And, its boot time is horrendous. That's my biggest gripe with the game. I enjoyed playing through the game. I think it fixed a lot of Gen 4's original issues, but, like, the boot time is just horrendous. There's no reason the game should take this long to boot up. They're absolutely not. Like, the original Pokemon games, and especially Generation 3, boots up in, like, 5 seconds. New Pokemon Snap was pretty bad. That I'll agree on. I just think that the remake could have been, like, the remake of BDSP could have been so much better, and it was anticipated for so long. And when we finally got it, it did not live up to expectations. It was not the Heart Gold Soul Silver remake that people were dreaming of. And I think that's its biggest problem. Is Heart Gold Soul Silver was a phenomenal remake. and it occurred with Gen 4. When we finally got a Gen 4 remake, it wasn't the same quality of a remake as Heart Gold Soul Silver. Less so on the Sun and Moon. I didn't really care for the Alola region. I didn't care for Galar for the most part. I like SV. I like the Pokemon in the Galar region. I like the most of the Pokemon in the Alola region. It forced the story way too much, and I wasn't a fan of that. X and Y, I know why people said was bad. I enjoyed the game all the same, but I understand why people say the game's bad. I loved Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Oris was a great remake. Yeah, I mean, I liked X and Y. I thought it was great. I love Mega Evolutions. I think they're my favorite gimmicks so far. I understand why it gets a lot of hate, though. It was a pretty easy game. But, like, the Pokemon? So great. Like, good Pokemon. Good progression through the game. Like, hey, we're out here discovering Mega Evolution and all that stuff. Like, I thought that was really cool. I personally hate Sword and Shield. Love the Pokemon in it. The Pokemon were great. The giveaways were great. The time period, it was a great game to play during COVID. Like, can't give it qualms for that. However, its story, and especially Hop. I hate Hop with a burning fire and passion of 1,000 burning suns. I hate Hop so much. He's so annoying. Like, he has no emotion except for utter and complete total failure of a disappointment and excitement to the moon. Like, there's no in-between. Like, I'm pretty sure Tierno has more of a personality than Hop does. And he's complete trash at battling. Yes, he is. Arkham Kratos, that is the best part about the Let's Go Pikachu Eevee games. And I'm actually playing through one of them right now. I'm playing through Let's Pikachu. That's why in the upper left it's pretty recent. I've been playing through that game because I want to catch more Meltan and try to find a shiny one when that event pops up again. So I needed to offload some Pokemon into Let's Go. But I needed to play to Fuchsia City for that. One thing I want to do when my shiny hunting list gets shorter is I want to go through and do a Let's Play of all of the Pokemon games. I'm currently torn between doing the 3DS versions of the cartridges, like of generations 1 and 2, so that I can port them up to my Pokemon Home, or if I want to do the original hardware, just actually pop in the physical cartridge, because I do have them. But the problem with Gen 1 and 2 is they're stuck there. So it's like, at that point, do I even bother doing it, or do I just skip ahead to Gen 3 where it's actually possible? Yeah, I like Pokemon Black, White, and Black 2, White 2. I love Pokemon Black. Well, I guess I should say Pokemon White. Gen 5 is my second favorite generation. Great games. What I didn't enjoy was Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I feel like either Sun and Moon or Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, one of those sets didn't need to be made. Like, they came out so close together. It was ridiculous. And I feel like not much changed. You can give me a shiny Melmetal. I appreciate the offer. I do gotta catch it myself, though, or else it's unfortunately and regrettably meaningless to me. If I don't catch the shiny Pokemon myself, or obtain it in an event or giveaway, like, it might as well not even be shiny. I'm weird. But for me, it's the hunt. Some of the totem battles were pretty ridiculous. I'm going to agree with that. I just think Hop is the same character as Hau, and they look pretty similar as well, in my opinion. And I didn't like Hau. So I really hated Hop when he was the same character. But yeah, top three Zelda, top three Pokemon generations are 3, 5, and 2. Now, if they made a generation 3, 5, or 2 with all of the available Pokemon in it, hands down, best game ever. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna say Abriella, but I don't know if that's right. Or Abria. But yeah, Pokemon, amazing. People design, amazing in that generation. I do think that they focused too much on an open world and forgot to have character development and growth and have good fleshed out characters in Generation 8 and Sword and Shield. And they didn't have a whole lot of enterable buildings that had any significant value. Like, it just seemed like there was nothing to find. After you completed the decks, there was nothing to go and find. Whereas, like, Black and White, you hunted down the 7 sages for the police. Like, there was something to do after the story. And, I mean, I get it. DLC kind of changed the nature of how that works. So the DLC is the something to do after the story, but the story was flushed out to begin with. It wasn't like, here, finish half of a story. Generation 8, or the Galar region, also had the problem of they introduced an entirely new mechanic for Dynamaxing, but failed to give us any, like, closure, I feel like. Like, cool, Eternatus caused the darkest day, and now we can Dynamax. Like, it doesn't say how that works. It doesn't say why that works. I mean, it doesn't delve into anything really substantial with why Eternatus' existence caused this phenomenon. We're gonna have to move that out of the way so I can see the chat. Bede is my favorite character in that game. Like, he's the only one with any real personality, let's be honest. Bede reminded me a lot of Gary Oak. So I enjoyed Bede. More than I should have, probably. Yeah, Arkham Kratos SV did have a lot of glitches when it first came out, and they did patch them. There's still a few that we run into every now and then, but they've been patched for the most part. Like, Bede is a pompous jerk, and I love it because, like, he's got an attitude to go with it. Like, he really is a fairy user. Like, it makes so much sense for his personality. Your favorite is Alistair. Alistair is pretty legit. Unfortunately, we don't get to interact with Alistair that much, but he's a good ghost type gym leader. I don't know. I need to do my gym leader ranking. Like, I need to just dive into, you know, I mean, I got the whole giveaway thing going on. I should do ranking videos. I wonder if I have enough of a following or a fan base here to do ranking videos and have them actually get any sort of views. Because, like, I think it would be cool to rate or rank the regions based on a number of categories, and I'd also think it would be fun to rank the gym leaders. Right off the bat, I gotta say Morty is going to be pretty high up there, just out of sheer nostalgia. Morty is one of my all-time favorite gym leaders. Arkham Kratos, Pokemon Legends Arceus is an amazing game. I would highly recommend it. Especially if you've been playing SV and you've enjoyed it. It's great. And you already said you enjoyed the wild area in Sword and Shield. It's like everywhere is the wild area. Now I get to play the game of, will my kid wake up if I move him to his crib for a nap? And I do not currently have a shiny Hisuian Decidueye available. I think, personally, Mewtwo is going to smoke Dialga. Rayquaza would probably end Zekrom, personally. Those are my two extremely biased opinions. Leo the King, you have a good one. I'm going to go put him in his crib. Forgot to close the door a little bit. What's your thoughts about Lugia and Mewtwo's offspring Mew? What? What? Lugia and Mewtwo's offspring Mew? What? That doesn't track. Mewtwo is a clone of Mew. You just say that, sorry. I think Mew was a really cool idea. Also, can we just talk about how weird it is that Mewtwo made it into a game when Mew wasn't even really planned? Like, they wanted to add Mew, but they didn't really have a design for him at the time. And they already had Mewtwo anyways. They cut Mew, but they made references to him inside the game in the Burned Mansion. Like, it's just so crazy to me that the developers were just like, no, we're not going to do that. But the programmers were just like, oh, watch me do it. So like, they really last minute finagled some coding to make just enough room to have Mew, but not enough room to have a programmable location for it to spawn. So they use a series of glitches to make it happen. It's really fascinating to me. You heard my neck? Yeah. I have a neck popping problem. Aquatic, hello and welcome. I did enjoy the Detective Pikachu movie. I thought it was really great. You know what, talking to you guys makes me really want to go back through and watch the Indigo League and watch all of the Pokemon movies again. I should do that. Sadie, just know that my neck popping today is a product of jaw pain in general. Basically what I boil it down to is either stress or pain, which basically is stress, builds up and creates tension right here in my neck. That's where I feel stressed the most. And one of the small releases of that is to pop my neck, so I do that all the time. On top of sometimes my neck just needs popped, but yeah. Basically, the jaw pain that I have right here and over here from having my mouth worked on today is a similar experience to being stressed out to the max, making it feel like I need to pop my neck. So that's why. And who doesn't like a good neck pop anyways? You pulled a $125 Pokemon card a few days ago? That's legit. Type Null was interesting. He's like a budget Arceus, in my opinion. I haven't really dropped a whole lot of money on Pokemon cards. I do got a few that I could sell for some money. I got one of the Fusion Strikes. Not Fusion Strikes. It was a Fusion series of some kind. But I got one of the... I guess I got 3 Mew Pokemon. I got 2 of the same card, and they're both worth about 50 bucks. I agree. Silvally should not be classified as a legendary. I hate that Silvally is a legendary. It bothers me. What would the context be for being Mewtwo? Because that I'm just not following. I agree, Sadie. And even if there was only one Silvally, I would still not classify that as a legendary Pokemon. I also dare say I wouldn't classify Mewtwo as a legendary Pokemon. However, I know that I will be canceled for that decision, so I can't really say that I would say Mewtwo should not be a legendary Pokemon. Just because it's so powerful, I think it deserves to be one. But it's not a legend. It's man-made. I mean, in the same regards, Castform and Ditto should be legends as well, but they're not. They're man-made. There could be an infinite number of them if people just buckled down and did some work. Now, they're legends in the game because there's only one of them that you can encounter, but there's several Pokemon that you can only encounter once in those games that aren't legendaries, so that also doesn't track either. I think a legend should have, you know, substantial lore behind it, such as this Pokemon's existed for millennia. Few people have seen it. Check out this Ho-Oh. This is what it's done in the past. Like, this is a good sign and a good omen. It's important to our culture and people. It's a legend. And then at that point, mythicals are Pokemon that are legendaries, but are so obscure that people barely know of their existence. Like, nobody knows for sure if they exist or not, hence they are a myth. They're Pokemon that there's no evidence to support that they are really there. Yes, exactly, Tavon. Ditto, Silvally, and Castform are all man-made Pokemon. I dare say Magearna is also man-made, but because Magearna was man-made forever ago, it's a legendary or mythical. I'm not sure which. Right off. Aquatic. That is a phenomenal question, and I love it. Because I used to think that I knew the answer to that. But I cannot find any evidence to suggest my previous line of thinking was correct. And I tried to search for it a year ago. Thereabouts, when I was shiny hunting all the Regis. So, when I played through Ruby and Sapphire the first time, I seem to have recalled that during each of the ages, during the Stone Age, during the Ice Age, during the modern Age of Steel, that people made the Regis. I also haven't upticked that in a while. I was under the impression and the knowledge that the 3 original Regis were human-made. I was also under the assumption that Regigigas was made through a combination of all of their talents and locked away because they feared him so much. Regieleki and Regidrago, more on the lines of for sure man-made. I think those ones are more confirmed than anything. And that's what led me to remember that I had believed previously that the original Regis were man-made. However, their Dex entries say quite clearly that they were just born out of a time period. Like, Regice was made surely through an ice age, is extremely cold temperatures, and it came to life. Hey, Orca Grace, you have a good one. You think for a Pokemon to be a legendary, needs to meet a few criteria. 1, there needs to be lore. 2, it needs to be strong. And 3, there needs to be one of this Pokemon only. I agree. It needs to have lore. I can stand with them not being strong. Because, I mean, if these are legends or mythicals in some cases, they probably haven't done a lot of battles, even despite their age, because they tend to stay out of everybody's way. They usually help create things and govern things also. So I understand them not being strong. However, yeah, they definitely need to be limited. There needs to be one. Like the legendary bird trio. There used to be only one, and that's why they were legendaries. However, throughout the games, it's become more and more clear that they are an entire species of Pokemon for Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos. There are many versions of those Pokemon, and even regional variants. So there's definitely some breeding that goes on with them. So there should definitely be more limits to them. Like you get one for your starter. Lugia, on the other hand, because Arkham Kratos was talking about Lugia. Lugia has a child, so they obviously breed. There's multiple of that legendary Pokemon. At least that's in the movies. I don't know about the anime, but the movies, Lugia has a baby. What, Lugia? I think it is water flying. But I mean, it still has a baby, so it's breedable. No, I mean, I don't mean it's breedable in the game. I just mean in Pokemon's history. It's not a creature that's lived forever. It's one that dies, reproduces, and goes on. Psychic flying. Yeah, I mess that up all the time. Because it makes no sense to be psychic. And, like, I think Ho-Oh's what? Fire flying? So it should track the... Lugia's water flying, but it's not. I do like somebody took all of the legendaries and mythicals and their lore and, like, made a hierarchy table out of them. Are the games I'm playing bots or me? What do you mean? I mean, I'm obviously sitting here playing the games. I'm dual-wielding controllers right now. No, I just have an impatience issue and I spam the A button. Yeah, that's just me going, hurry up, BDSP, hurry up. You're so slow, you're so slow. No, I actually don't utilize ROMs at all in my Pokemon experience. Yeah, you know, pressing the A button makes things go faster with the text. Pressing up B, down B helps catch a Pokemon. That sounds sketchy. Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno into one Pokemon? Is that Pokemon's name Porygon with its Tri-Beam attack? I mean, if I remember correctly, like, Lugia is essentially the Loch Ness Monster. It was called Pokemon Adventures. Shiny Sandygast is a 10 out of 104, absolutely. No, it's a good get. It's a good shiny. I like the black sand idea. I do, however, think that shiny Sandygast should change types just because of the reasoning behind its shiny coloration. It should be like electric or steel instead of like it's ground ghost, right? I'm not cracking out. It's ground ghost. Oh yeah, like doesn't a Pokemon straight up get chopped in half? Yeah, it should be steel ghost or electric steel or electric ghost. What is my favorite shiny I've gotten? If we include Pokemon Home, I am quite a fan of, what's it called? Politoed shiny, as well as Obstagoon's shiny. I love those. But as far as what I've hunted, I gotta go with Regirock. I think Regirock's my favorite shiny I've personally hunted. But I do have more of a shiny dex than that. Reggie chocolate. I just like that it's shiny makes sense. Like it picked up different types of rock and formed itself with different types of rock. It's just awesome. Oh, it's gonna be like that, huh? Game Freak made too many Reggies, and yet not enough at the same time. I mean, there is one that exists for every age at this point. Like Regigigas is the creation. Then we got the Stone, Ice, and Steel Age. Regidrago is the mythical age, and Regieleki is the modern age. I'm trying to pull up my list of shinies that I've obtained through the years. Oh my gosh. Yes, a fossilized grass Regi. That would be legit. Just have a... Well, at that point, like, what kind of... Would it be rock or would it be grass? Fossilized grass. That could work. I like it. That would be sweet. The Jurassic Age. Because, like, dinosaur isn't a type, but dragon is. Yeah, I mean, if we did grass, that could work. I think one of my favorite shinies that I do have is my shiny Zeraora. That's the one I think I'll go with. Oh. And Kiddo awoke. I'll be right back. Just hungry. A mossy shiny. Hey, there we go. That could be good. Sweet Spivvy. Just noticed the Twitch chat here. I've had it since launch. I actually got it on release day. and it is a different beast. Yeah, you got 3 games that are vastly different. It was not the remake that we were hoping for, but it is still okay. What happened to Baby? He's just hungry. He woke up from his nap. So we're gonna feed him and see if he'll go back down. He's not sleeping enough, and we're having a hard time getting him to eat formula now. He's had too much baby food and wants to eat nothing but that, but it's not as calorie dense as formula, so for the first year you still gotta get him to eat as much formula or breast milk as possible, just because it's more calorie dense and nutritious for him. So he's decided that nope, I can eat whole foods. I want those instead. This milk is bland and boring. Oh yeah, the DLC was pretty much just legendary fodder. Didn't really add much to the story. However, I do gotta say, I love the Isle of Armor. That was phenomenal. I loved going through the dojo and getting Kung Fu. And like, the game plays better as non-DLC when you just, first thing you do, you get the game, you go over and you start the Isle of Armor. Like, if you got the game when it came out, played through it, and then got the DLC, it wasn't as good. But if you restarted your save file with the DLC and you start your game, as soon as you can get to the train station, you go to the Isle of Armor and you take that route, it feels like it's more meaningful that way. Crown Tundra, on the other hand, it was just raids. Raids and here's a legend. Like, it didn't even, like, go into detail on the legend. It was just, here's a legend. And, like, yeah, there was a whole quest line for it, of research and all that. But, like, it wasn't like that Pokemon was really known in the region. It didn't go into, like, why that Pokemon is specifically up there of all places, because, like, the lore behind it makes it sound like it used to interact with people all the time, help them out, make decisions, plant crops, have good harvests, all that stuff. But it's in the middle of a freaking frozen wasteland. Like, did people move, change locations? Is it just winter right there right now? Is it always icy? Or did the Pokemon leave the Galar region to go, the main part of Galar region to go hide there? Like, why is the Crown Tundra so desolate? It's like Alaska. It's like Alaska, but making it seem like people originated from there in that area. I do believe the lore behind Regigigas in every instance has been that it was trapped there by people. Thanks. He's pretty cute. He's sleepy and hungry right now. He's like 5 of the 7 dwarfs right now. Sleepy, hungry, grumpy. I don't remember all their names. You finally solved the puzzle. What was the puzzle? Oh, that. Yeah. I love Zelda puzzles. Thanks, Lana. We like good luck here. Alexandra, thanks for the sub. We like luck. We like to get shinies fast. No. Darkrai is an event Pokemon that you needed to sign on during April of 2022 and get a mystery gift for. I did that. I just never went through and caught my Darkrai because I was waiting to shiny hunt it. Yeah, I did. I got the shiny Grimmsnarl. I ain't about to miss out on a free shiny. Has so much patience. We try. Sometimes I wish they occurred faster, but I like being crazy, you know, doing the same thing over and over again and hoping for a different result. I mean, at least this one we know is possible. However, doing it for 4 hours straight does tax the brain a little bit. Not that I have heard, like, it just says fall and winter of 2023, respectively. Like, it's still inconclusive. I did not get a Rillaboom in the raids. I haven't actually participated in any of those raids in a while. I also haven't done any videos on them, which I am incredibly remiss for missing. It is my hope that I can start a morning routine of waking up 2 hours before work and getting that going. The problem is, like, I find out about them at 8 in the morning my time on my way to work and don't have time to do a video for them. Oh, was it? I heard that, like, Annihilate just wrecked it, so... And Corviknight. The one that I found the most ridiculous was, like, the second one. What was that? The Cinderace one. That one was really annoying. You going to sleep again? Yeah, you will. Okay. Let's lay you down. Don't go to sleep. You've been fed. Cresselia is your favorite Pokemon? That's awesome. Yeah, it's a good one. I like its shiny better than its regular, but yeah, 16 encounters was crazy good luck. I actually haven't really spent time nicknaming, like, any of my Pokemon. Fun Brasscoin fact. pops his binky out of his mouth and cries. You are doing your first Nuzlocke in SV. Best of luck to you. I've done more encounters than I thought I'd be able to do today. Lana, you have a great night. Made it to the mini boss. Sorry about that. Baby Coin is back in napping mode, so took a moment to get myself a drink refill. Got my Rogue energy drink again, so need to be a little bit more awake. I was hardcore dozing off there. Baby Coin's asleep. My body's saying, hey, you should do that too. So we're gonna counteract that with a nice hit of an energy drink. Got the Extreme Strawberry Rogue energy drink. It's actually pretty good. It's actually been a long time since I did those flavor reveals and, or not reveals, but flavor tests. I did a lot of videos in my sponsored category. I did a lot of stuff with Rogue energy drinks for a sponsorship. That was actually really fun and really cool. Enjoyed every single one of those flavors. It was awesome. But yeah, I haven't promoted those on my channel in a long time. It's been almost a year at this point. I think end of July was the last time I did a video for the Rogue energy drinks. Still, I think the link's still on my Discord channel, like in my description when I post videos and whatnot. Just haven't promoted them for a while. Should probably get on that. What plant is Hoppip? Hoppip? I have no idea. I mean, I would assume something cotton related, given its evolution as Jumpluff. It's not a dandelion. Maybe it is. Is it a dandelion? Oh shoot, go me. At this point, I've just decided I'm going to stream as long as I possibly can today. I mean, I got like another hour or two before I need to worry about making a video. Hoppip, you nicknamed your Hoppip hobby? Joe, I agree. I just barely saw that comment. They should definitely do some raids for some mythical and some legendary Pokemon. I am extremely hopeful that the second hit of like the disc, I'm hopeful that that's going to explore the terror types and terrestrialization phenomena a little bit more. See, I don't get the joke. The joke. Maxwell Cat? It's not ringing any bells. Maxwell Cat. Garfield I would get, but Maxwell's just not bringing any names to my mind. I realized I have candy. Lamb sauce. It's a fun name. Want a Twix? I got Hershey's Cookies and Cream. But I do enjoy some Twix. I think Twix, Kit Kats, and Reese's are my favorites. Let's do it. We can trade. I'll trade over a Pokemon holding it. You'll make it your Pokemon's ability. Ability, Twixelate. Yeah, so one thing that bothers me about Scarlet and Violet's story is that the professor is just, willy-nilly pulling Pokemon from the past or from the future, depending on your version of the game. I feel like for having that be an integral mechanic to the story, there's not enough exploration into its impact. I feel like really we need more Paradox Mons, more past, more future, ability to travel back and forth between the two time periods depending on your version of the game. to let us see a world of what it would look like in the future or in the past. Like, what's the world that these Pokemon come from like? And gosh dang it, like, why are all the future Pokemon metal? Like, what happened that turned these futuristic Pokemon into iron? Like, why is that the natural evolution for every Pokemon? Iron Bundle, Iron Valiant. Not gonna lie, the past Pokemon, they make sense, you know? Their abilities, photosynthesis, all that, you know, they revolve more around sunlight. They're older Pokemon. They're more light based. It makes sense as a prehistoric Pokemon, or you know, why isn't there Kabutops that, you know, just a non, yeah, we need like non-rock versions of the fossils to come through that thing. That's what we need. Like, if we're going to the past and pulling Pokemon back at a time where they are very, very like sun oriented, we need like non-stone versions of the fossil Pokemon. In Gothitelle Dex, the universe is destroyed, and in Iron Moth Dex, it was created by aliens. Okay. In my battle experience, you gotta watch out for the guy that says, I'm not a battler. It's been a while since I've done any Pokemon battling. I mean, back when Scarlet and Violet first came out, we were going to do a league for it when Pokemon Home dropped, but like we are a year into it and still have no Pokemon Home. It's big sad. Orca Grace, welcome. Unfortunately, no. I have not yet found the shiny. But we're still trucking right along. Got more encounters done today than I thought we would. Well, thank you. Luck is always great to have. And if we don't have luck, I have candy and I have energy drink. So at least I have something. I'm just hoping I don't have to shift my numbers over to fit the 5-digit numbers. By that, bruh, I am guesstimating that Sadie wrecked lamb sauce in a battle. Yeah, that'll do it. Well, apparently I am still battling. Why does that trademark say 1995 Pokemon? Pokemon like started in 1989. At least I thought it did. Hey, Tavon, we'll catch you later. But Diamond and Pearl is closer to 2008. The Nintendo's definitely older than 1995. Yeah, 1996 is when that came out. Okay, never mind. 1995, that checks out. That would be when the trademark or copyright for the games was made. Yeah, Coppercoin is hopefully sleeping. He's in his crib right now. He was sleeping when I put him there. And I'm hoping he stays there until at least 6:30 if possible. It'd be ideal if he stayed there till 7 so that we can wake him up, have 2.5 hours of playtime, and then go back to sleep. Like, that kid does not sleep enough. I plan on shiny hunting Arceus for sure. I'm currently hunting Jirachi, and I got a Shaman hunt planned, and I want to do the original Mew hunt in Pokemon Emerald. So those are my next ones that I'm going to be doing coming up. Unless we get some legendaries that are huntable in Scarlet and Violet, at which point I might switch over to try to find those. But yeah, I got on original DS hardware a Shaman hunt, not a Shaman, a Manaphy hunt that I want to do. I think I said Shaman the first time. Definitely not that. Manaphy. So Jirachi, Manaphy, and Mew are Pokemon that I want to hunt. And I have means to do so. Bye, Swayze. Hello. Welcome. Missed a lot of the hunt, do the work. Well, you haven't missed much. I mean, we haven't found anything. Yeah, that's been a minute. Under 500. I mean, we've gone almost 350 today. We started the stream off at 900. Leo the King, welcome back. I thought it was like midnight 30 for you. Orca Grace, it's like 1:25 a.m. Dang. I can't let my students hear Discord notification. understandable. Oh, I'm gonna take this phone call real fast. Give me one moment. Alright, well, I don't know how that happened, Sadie, but that Capri Sun came through alright, so thank you. Never had that happen before, but that was really cool. I have not done any Jirachi. I haven't been able to stream the last little bit, with 2 weeks ago Sunday being a Squirtle redo community day, and last Sunday being a community day for Poliwag, and the Saturday being an egg day for Ryalu. I've been out Pokemon going, riding bikes, generally enjoying the summer atmosphere that we have. So I haven't been streaming as much. And then yesterday, and yeah, yesterday was Monday. So Sunday and Monday after Community Day, I started moving Baby Coin or Copper Coin into his own room. So I had to move my entire YouTube studio out into where my dining room would normally be. Not that we actually use a dining room in this house, but whatever. So I spent a lot of time moving that, and just barely got time to do a stream. And this one is pretty minimal on the strain. It's not really hard to do, and it doesn't take a lot of time to set up. So I went for this one. It is my goal that Sunday, I don't think there's anything Pokemon Go relating going on, but I'm hopeful Sunday I'll be able to sit down and power through Jirachi some. Oh yeah. So by Swayze, I actually ended up resigning from that second job. I figured the hours being spent home were worth more time than I got paid to be there, so. The second job was at Walmart, for those of you that don't know, and while it's a decent place to work and it works well with schedules, what I was doing was OGP, or online grocery pickup, and because I was closing, what I ended up getting sent to do was store help, which basically meant for 3 hours out of my 4-hour shift, I was pulling merchandise on the shelves forward to make it look nice. And that is seriously the worst thing that anybody can have me do. Like, I hate it so much. I hate zoning. I hate pulling the merchandise forward, because like I don't want to just pull the two that they want me to pull forward. I want to fix the entire shelf. So I can't do it as fast as they want me to do it, because I focus in on it too much. I give too much attention to it. So I did win the game, I guess. They were going to override my occurrences, so yeah, I made it like 3 weeks on the getting fired game and ended up just resigning. It's like, yeah, I don't want you guys to have to keep approving occurrences and stuff. Like, I blew through 4 of these myself, knowing full well what I was doing. And this is the second time I've been over 4, so I'm just gonna resign. Like, I don't want to not be a dependable worker for you guys, so I don't want to tarnish that. But yeah, gives me more time to stream, so I'm hopeful to be able to get back to streaming Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights. Like, typically speaking, like, I should be able to stream for 2 hours every night at this juncture. Oh, Darkrai event ended forever ago. Yeah, Darkrai was the month of April of 2022. So if you didn't get the member key during that time, you don't have access to Darkrai. I think it's more just for fun. Pokemon Go isn't as popular as it used to be. And I don't even know what I would do for content for Pokemon Go. I mean, somebody suggested earlier that I live stream the next time I go out and do Pokemon Go, and that's something that I do need to figure out how to do. I have done a Pokemon Go video in the past, I feel like, but I'm not sure if it's still on my channel. But yeah, I am doing the Pokemon Go Fest. I did get the research for that. Mainly because I want the shiny Deontay. Which people have corrected me on saying. Like, some people call it Deontay. Oh yeah, it's definitely too expensive. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. Oh. See, that's another divided one, like Suicune. Suicune, 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 Suicine. Like, Deontay, 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 Deontay. I just call it Deontay. Which Deontay makes sense. Or Deontay. Man, my double tapping that plus button isn't working so great. shiny coming up in the next 10. I'm here for it. Let's do it. You know, I think when it first came out, I used to call it Diancie. Or Diancie. Eight more. You know, 1290 seems like a good number. I can get behind 1290. I'm gonna have to go with Dratini. If it ain't Dratini, it's Charizard. I like pink Dratini and black Charizard. Only on the GBA. Favorite Gen 9 shiny? Cloth's pretty cool, but I think I'm gonna have to go with Tinkaton. Even though it's like only the color of the metal that changes. Annihilate is really cool. Iron Valiant's also pretty cool. Ish, shiny time. Peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. I wish the bike legend or the box legendaries didn't have to look like bikes. Yeah, I wish the bike legendaries didn't have to look like box. Sadie with the shiny and fitty. Favorite Gen 5? Scolipede, easily. Favorite Gen 5 shiny too. There's a lot of truth to that, especially with those Gen 4 people. Rumor has it by Swayze that we've got leaks for the Unova region instead of the DLC. Gen 3 will always be my favorite as well. And it's not the first one I played. It's the third. You started with BDSP? Interesting start. I'm convinced, though, that most people that say Gen 4 is their favorite, it's because that's the first game that they played. Yes. Isn't there a too much water reference in one of these games? Like, was it, oh. What was it? Or it was a reference in the remakes or something. Because I do know that, because somebody had pointed this out to me in one of the streams, that the too much water reference was like an IGN review or something like that. And the remake included a reference to that. Alright, hey Sadie, have fun with your game. Yeah, too much water. But yeah, its starters were top tier. Like, they're great. And for argument's sake, Generation 1, you couldn't really miss the legendaries, right? Like, the game took you right past the power plant. And so naturally you surf and you go down and you find Zapdos. The Seafoam Islands are something that you have to go through, and if you go through them correctly, you are going to run right into Articuno. But even worse, Moltres is just chilling right at the end of Victory Road. Like, you can see it, and you're like, okay, what is that? I'm going to go check it out. And so you go exploring for it. Mewtwo is handed to you because, like, once you beat the game, it tells you you're now able to go and check out Cerulean Road, or Cerulean Cave, whatever. And so you do. And so it, like, leads you to all of the legendaries. Generation 2 is not like that. Like, yeah, the game pretty much leads you right into the legendary dog trio, which is cool. But Ho-Oh and Lugia, not really led into. Like, the Whirlpool Islands, I don't think you technically have to go explore. I could be mistaken on that, because it's been a long time since I played that game. But I think you can just bypass the islands in their entirety. Skygams, welcome. But Gen 3, and this is why I think Gen 3 is top tier. Gen 3, you had the box legendaries that you were forced to find, which, you know, led you to Rayquaza in some form of storytelling. In the game also, like, if you explore the towns, you hear of Latios and Latias, naturally. I mean, mythicals are an exception to the rule. Like, you don't ever really hear about those. Celebi, there's a reference to in the game. In Ilex Forest, there's a shrine to it, which is cool. But Gen 3, Regirock, Regigigas, Regirock, Registeel, and Regice. 3 legendaries that you had to, like, go completely out of your way to find. Like, even if you found their location, didn't matter. You couldn't get into it. So you had to hunt that game left, up, right, down, and center in order to find the secret passageway. And when you do, you have to freaking understand Braille, and this is at a time period before, like, the internet was super popular, so, like, your only way was GameFAQs or some forum like that, if you were lucky, to be able to get into that to figure out, hey, the Braille reads, first comes Wailord, then comes Relicanth. Like, come back to talk to this with those in your party. That was obscure, random, and hard to figure out. They felt like real legendaries, absolutely, by Swayze. Like, you had to go out of your way to find them, and it felt like an adventure. It felt like a discovery, not like they just fell into your lap. And Sandro, yes, Celebi is going to happen. I will have that uploaded by midnight tonight. I'm planning on ending the stream around 8, or when Babycoin wakes up, depending on how crabby he is. But I'll be getting that video going by midnight my time, which it's 10 minutes to 6, so within the next 6 hours for sure, it'll be up. Oh yeah, black and white, 150 easily. Black 2, white 2, 180. I almost bought one the other day, and I'm so glad I didn't, because if I would have bought it, I wouldn't have been able to buy my copy of Heart Gold. So many fakes. And that's why I went with my copy of Heart Gold. It's actually really hard to fake those games. I don't even have the game in there. For shame. I have it in a box over there. My pleasure, Sandro. Oh, it is so annoying to get Spiritomb. Heart Gold, 180 bucks. Actually, that one was, I think that one was only 155. Let me check. It was recent. $155. Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, it came with the box and everything, so box manual. Yeah. I already had the Poke Walker. So that's pretty neat. I do not know what that Pokemon is. What is Froggy? Best of luck sleeping. Magnemite and Spiritomb, the only ones you need. You know what? Now that you mention it, Magnemite was a pretty annoying Pokemon to get. Isn't it only in Space Distortions? By Swayze, I don't natively have the ability to stream it. I am working on a method to stream it though, because I will be streaming a Manaphy Shiny Hunt. I don't have a modded 3DS that has a video capture card in it, unfortunately. But I think I got a way to use an arm to use my phone as a recorder, so I think I got that squared away. The hunts in that game go crazy. The hunts are like... Prior to Gen 4, the odds are 1 in 8,128 or something like that. More shiny roamers? No. No. No shiny roamers. But I will be shiny hunting Manaphy in Generation 4. So that'll be exciting. Four. What I did was I got a copy of Pokemon Ranger. It happened to have the egg inside of it. And so what I did was I created a save state on my modded 3DS. Saved the game card. Traded away the Manaphy egg, reloaded the save to a point where the egg was still there, and overrided the game data, and just did that 3 times, and Gave myself four Manaphy eggs. You should be able to do 5 at a time. However, I think you have to have 2 standing Pokemon in order to go into a trade room, so you have to have 2 at any given time. So what they do is you end up having your starter plus 4 eggs and a Pokemon that has the Flame Body ability, so you can cut down your egg hatching time. And I have 8 Gen 4 games to spread the love around, so I should be able to get, like, what, 32 encounters per stream pretty easily. I wouldn't say it's the hardest, but yeah, it's the most time consuming, because you have to play the game for about 7 minutes in order to be able to trade. And then you have to hatch the eggs. You have to do the trade, hatch the eggs, and then trade them again. So yeah, it takes a while. But yeah, it's mostly because you have to start the game over again. I mean, Jirachi is similar in that it takes 8 minutes an encounter as well, just because, but you only get 1 per 8 minutes, so I would say Jirachi is technically more time consuming, because you only get 1 encounter per 8 minutes, whereas per 12 minutes you can get 4 encounters. Oh, dude, I already got a shiny Poochyena. And I was just derping around on Gen 3, farming a shiny. Trying to get a shiny Mudkip. Because I got bored one day. If I can get my nephew... Oh yeah, it was definitely uncatchable. If I can get my nephew up to speed with Pokemon enough, I might utilize him to help me. Because if I understand correctly, the way the game works for the bonus disc for Jirachi is it doesn't matter what your SID or TID is for your Pokemon. The game has over 63,800 variations of this Jirachi. Only 9 of those are shiny, but they are programmed to be shiny from the get-go. And since they already have an OT name, OT SID, and trainer ID, they don't change when they get sent to you. So, like, you either get a shiny or you don't. It has nothing to do with your game information. So I'm thinking I'm going to utilize both my Ruby and my Sapphire copy and just swap them out from time to time. Let my nephew play through one to get to the point where we've got the Pokedex, save it, turn it off, swap it over to me. I give him the other cartridge. I get to Jirachi and I start over on that file and race him to the end so that we can get double the encounters faster. It was not recorded, unfortunately. I think at the time I was at work. But it is something that I can record, obviously, but let's see. How far back was my shiny Poochie? Couldn't have been that far back. Surely it wasn't a Discord only post. Must have been. Okay. Shiny hunt flexing. Because surely I posted it in there. Oh yeah, there we go. I don't know how clearly that's coming across, but... There we go. Uncatchable shiny. That's the closest to a record we'll get. Megan Stevens, thanks for the membership. Really, I was happy to see something shine. I was like, I can finally say I got the uncatchable shiny. Like, it was a rite of passage, almost. Wait until you see my newest moves. Okay, I'm officially starting a petition for Brasscoin to change that member subscription over to Detective Pikachu. It's gonna happen. Because that is still a remnant of this being a Zelda channel. In hopes and dreams. What is the best dark type legendary? Not Darkrai? In this game, yeah, unfortunately it doesn't do much. These are static encounters, so Shiny Charm doesn't help. Yeah, it's really lame. So like really the only thing that the Shiny Charm helps with is underground Pokemon. Yep, don't work on static encounters. Vulpix is in the spotlight on Pokemon Go. Oh, wow, it's in the spotlight. Well, I'm going to be catching some Vulpix. Unfortunately, I don't think it has increased shiny odds because it's not a community day, but... Leo the King, best of luck getting to sleep. Hopefully it's amazing. Oh, that would have been a mistake of mistakes. Yeah, they would have never let you live that down. 24 hours to revolve around the sun. That would be impressive. Bachelor's degree was showed a lot there. And I feel like for grade 4, you just have to know a lot, or a little about a lot of things. Because, like, you don't narrow in on, like, one subject in particular. You have to, you basically are generals. It's crazy. Don't forget Pokemon Sleep. I have not messed around with that. I probably should. Isn't the entire... How is it fun? Isn't the entire purpose to go to sleep? I just don't get how it's supposed to track your sleep, because, like, it's not connected to you. And if you're married, like, how does it single in on you and not your spouse? Mm, 2,048, I believe, is full odds. Or, sorry, half odds. If you hatch enough eggs, you'll get a shiny Froakie. Come on, one of these 50 Vulpixi must be shiny here. Brayden, welcome. I don't know, for some reason I just feel like the encounters are going faster today. Should I just get Pokemon Sleep and tell it I'm asleep all the time? You beat Pokemon X? Epic. We like beating Pokemon games. I also love that since I had to rearrange my shelf behind me that Pikachu now has a place behind a Switch. So my 13th Switch has a home instead of just off in La La Land. I also got room for 2 more Switches now because I upgraded my power strip. Hey, Aquatic. Well, thanks for helping view time and stream time and all that, and sticking around through the stream. That was greatly appreciated. Leo, are you talking about like on the Switch or on the phone, like Pokemon Go? Hey, by Swayze, you have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, gotcha. I would assume you would have connected to your phone, not your Switch, but I guess if it's like Pokemon Home, you would connect it to your Switch, so that would make sense. Potato Puff are amazing. Okay, I'm gonna check on a baby. Still snoozing happily. For now. He should be, but he's not. Yannick, thanks for the sub click. Bye. Not sponsored. I don't even know what potato puffs are. Somebody said in the next 50, like 60 Pokemon ago. I don't think we made that. Yeah, I've had a few sponsors actually. Yeah, I've had a few. Yannick, Volcanion has actually already been done within the last month, so I don't think that it'll be done anytime soon, but definitely on the horizon. I'm thinking I'll start redoing the mythicals, start another cycle when I hit about 25k to 30k, somewhere in that range, for the subscribers. Right now I'm growing at about 1,000 subscribers a month, maybe a little bit faster. So I project about 5-7 months out, we should be breaching that that goal. So start redoing them at that point for sure. Reason being is those videos did get a lot of views. So Volcanion, Diancie, Zarude and Magirna were all really popular. They each hit about 10,000 in their original runs. They've been redone, but they hit 10,000 with me being only at like 15,000 to 16,000 subscribers. So I figure if we get 10 more, it'll do well enough that it'll be worth tying up the bots to host a giveaway for. At this point, doing it again isn't going to help as many people as I would like, because I'm just not reaching as many people as I would like. So if we increase the amount of reach, we're also increasing the amount of people that I can benefit and help and make worth tying up the bots for. Yeah, Skygams, technically speaking, Rogue Energy is my first sponsor. Really, it's not exactly a sponsorship. It's, I don't know how to describe it. They haven't paid me money to promote the product. I get paid based on commission, so I don't think at that point it's a sponsorship. It's more of me saying, hey, if you buy this, I get a cut of it, so cool deal there. So I have a Rogue affiliate code. I was sponsored by A-Drive's team at one point. I did a few videos for Pixelmon, for Pocket Pixels, for his Pixelmon server. That was really fun. Had a lot of fun doing that. Did that twice. Did 2 rounds of videos, so 8 videos in total. I was asked for a third one. I did turn it down. We couldn't reach an agreement on pricing for the videos. eWin Racing, they make game chairs and gaming desks. They sent me a desk to review, so I didn't get paid for that one, but I would count that one in a sponsorship category because I received something for doing a video on a product. Still use the desk today. Very great desk. What else have I done? Project Z, an app similar to Amino. That one was like a legitimate sponsorship where I got paid a sum to do videos, or do a video commercial for the app and promote it on the channel, and that was really cool. So yeah, I've definitely had some sponsorships happen here on the channel that's been pretty cool to participate in. Never thought my channel would actually be big enough to be able to have those, so it's pretty cool. And yeah, next up today I'm starting a video for Celebi. That one's going to be interesting. I'm not sure whether that one's going to be shiny, non-shiny. I think that's what I listed. But I also need to do a bot for BDSP and Sword Shield just to cover my bases. I think I can make it happen though. New desks are pretty great. Before I did that video, I was using 2 card tables that weren't the same height. They were pretty close, but they were like, you know, centimeters off, like that. So I'm super grateful for that opportunity because I got a desk out of it. It was really great. And it's a good desk. Like, it's so sturdy, so solid. I have been hoping there's a Pow World, new Pokemon-like game, but it also seems to like have some similarities with Fortnite in some aspects, from what I can gather. I've been really hopeful that I would be able to do a promotion video for those guys, but despite reaching out, they haven't contacted me. Like, I've reached out to them. I was like, hey, I'd be interested in promoting the video or promoting your game. Like, I would like to play test it and do some content for it. Galactic Cupcake is back. Family friendly here. I don't think there's a family friendly here. That is my buddy and another YouTube creator. He does finally family friendly anyways, F cubed for short. He does videos for Escape from Tarkov. You finally got your shiny Froakie? That's legit. Now that Shiny Luck needs to instantly teleport over here and help me. Hi, Jax. Welcome. Galactic, I've gotten shinies at all points throughout the game, randomly, but usually after I beat the game and get the shiny charm. Unless I'm egg hunting. Jax, I'm gonna say not right off the bat. I tend to not remember names the easiest unless I've interacted with you on a weekly basis. I remember experiences a little bit more than names. Like, names slip my mind so easily, but I'm that freak that if you show me a place one time, I will find my way back there without help. Like, I am very good with directions, landmarks, faces. I'm good with faces. I'm good with numbers for the most part, but names, not so much. Drive me to a house once, I will be able to find my way back there. Show me a person once, I will remember their face for months. But if you tell me somebody's name, I will usually not remember it. Just remember Jesse. Still not ringing a super big bell, but it took me half the stream to remember Sadie. Catch you in a second, Skygams. I have been hunting for 5 hours today and not found it. Let alone the other 6 hours I spent doing it. The user Jesse Block. Now that rings a bell. I seem to recall a name with Block in it. And Braden's back. Welcome. Welcome back. Yeah, we've almost done 500 encounters today alone. Which, 100 encounters an hour is pretty good. Shiny Charmander, what about it? I don't know, I'm not even at like half odds right now, so like it could still be a while yet. I've heard that this Pokemon is incredibly annoying to find. No, Shiny Charm does not. Oh yeah, somebody shiny hunting Charmander does ring a bell. I remember that. That one's pretty specific. And I remember remember stating that fire starters seem to have different shiny odds than other starters. Oh, yeah, okay. So that recent. That makes sense. Well, let's hope you can be here when I get Shiny Darkrai, because I want that to happen soon. And the Jirachi one. Haven't found Jirachi yet. But we're hopeful. Like, honestly, if I find this one, that's just gonna free up more time for Jirachi. I'll probably do Arceus in between that, but, yeah. Here's hoping. You're using Nintendo to watch this on your alt? Epic. We like that. That explains why my view count went up. Yeah. But if I can get Darkrai and Arceus found, at least I can be done with BDSP for a while. Like, Mespriet is a hunt that I really don't want to go down, because then, yeah. Well, I'll probably end up doing it anyways. Arceus. We all know it's the great Arceus. Galactic, that's actually pretty normal. The Switch, not great for internet. It's Arceus. Yeah, it's officially decided. I need to start making more non-giveaway related content, more rankings, more opinions, more factoids. I'm just thinking of like a lot of the videos that Mikey's done, and I love M&J TV. Yes, another Pokemon meme review video. I did one of those emulating his just for fun. And it was fun. But like those fill in the Pokedex as fast as you can videos, I think would be really, really great. Oh yeah, M&J TV, it's great. Why don't I make an alt that does the giveaways? I actually tried that at one point. The problem is this channel is basically the alt that does do the giveaways. This channel, my viewer base is here mostly because, if not exclusively, because of the giveaways. I have a Zelda-specific channel that I got monetized that I can post some Zelda content on when I have time. But for the most part, like, this is all things Pokemon related. You were in his editor stream? I don't know what exactly that means. You're using the power of Nintendo to give me luck. Fair enough. We'll take it. What is his editor stream? I'm not familiar with this. Like, did he have a stream featuring all of his editors? And you're one of them? Because that's pretty cool if so. Maybe you can help me make more enticing thumbnails, because right now my thumbnails are pretty trash. I like how he's got a few different characters that he does. I think that's super helpful. Genesect is still active as of this moment. Oh. So, Jax, what were you in his stream for, then? Grunty boy! Art's pretty fun. Oh, I thought I heard that, baby. Waking up so rough. I feel like doing that every morning when I wake up. Just start crying. Alright, let's see if it's shiny. Nope. Cool. Yes, Aaron, the Genesect is still active for like the next 2 hours. Shiny Hunt the Gyarados at the Lake of Rage. There we go. Might be a worthwhile endeavor. Dude, Please don't throw up on me again. Yep, we're nearly at 1400, and I think, honestly, that's where I'm going to call it a day, is at 1400 encounters, because he's going to want some food soon, he's going to need a new diaper, and we're going to need to start getting ready for bed. And I got a video I need to get made for the next giveaway. I guess I misspoke, Garen. I have to take that giveaway down to make the new video, so it's probably going to go down in like the next 10 minutes. What? You having a hard time booting up? Babycoin.exe has crashed. Alright, and that makes 1400 encounters for a net gain of 500 encounters today in 5 hours. Well, 5.5. Still, pretty good. That's like an hour and 6 minutes per 100 encounters. I'll take it. Yeah, we'll probably pick this up again tomorrow when I get off work, probably about 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. I think we're on MDT. I don't know. But basically, 23 hours from now. Yeah, we'll pick it up 23 hours from now. But thank you guys for hanging out, grinding out some encounters. I'll